show is live with the emphasis on the sound of music, featuring new arrangements of some of the current songs and some of your own favorites.
Do we have sound?
The atmosphere tonight is set by our first arrangements of Big Wide Wonderful Music. Privatized, seductive ladies and gentlemen. We'll replace violence.
I'm having teething problems with the stream, and there's a massive delay between what I'm doing here and what you're seeing. Huge delay. And if I don't put I don't make sure the screen stays on, the stream stops, or the sound stops, or something. Have we still got sound? Okay, well, if the sound's all right and you can hear that I'm telling you that there's a delay, I've just got to sit here and make sure I fucking keep the screen on. I'm not entirely certain where the setting is in the phone to keep the screen on. So we'll just do it. This is the delay for you. Here we go. Oh no, you won't see the delay, will you? You're not going to see the delay. You get it on time. What am I talking about? Nonsense. Anyway, clap, 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 clap. Round of applause to today's winners. Round of applause to everyone's winners. Everyone's winners? To all the winners. Clap, 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 clap. There will be more giveaways. There will be loads more. I'm hoping at some point I can get Fat Biggie to make another one. That would be quite amazing. He might be watching this, so I probably shouldn't have said that. Hello, Parker's Grow. So who have we got active in the chat? Culture Agent, I Film UFOs, Mark Watts, Mr. John Beck, Parker's Grow, Saint 666, Nice to see you all. Thank you for being here. And hello to all the lurkers. If there's anyone lurking, feel free to lurk. You don't have to join in with the chat. It's absolutely fine to be a lurker. Hello, Micmag. I'm not sure I've seen that name around before. How are you doing? Good evening. Thank you for joining us. So let's start with we're 5 minutes in. So there's a few of us here. So I'm going to start with asking if anyone has any questions about the Canada video that went up earlier this evening. Hello, 3BC, the Flying Scotsman. Nice to see you. I'm sorry you missed the giveaways. As I was saying just a minute ago, there will be more. Yeah, it was. Canada was. Carl Pilkington said ages ago that he only really enjoys things in retrospect. And I kind of feel a bit like that. You know, like hours before, maybe 2 days before, I don't know, it happened again recently. But before I even left, I was so looking forward to getting home. 2 days before I left, I think, I was thinking that. And before I left the other day for the tattoo, I was thinking, I can't wait to get home. Which was fucking ridiculous. So what have we got? Let's start with the first question. What was the thing you were using on your hand? That was, let's get that bugger out. Let's get some light on the situation. 4C did cover all the costs. I got myself a free upgrade to the suite. Shit, I've just turned around and I can't remember what I'm going to go and get already. What was I going to go and get? What was I using on my... So, what the thing on my hand was... is the Instruo Pocket Scion, which is this little thing. It's battery powered. It's got MIDI. If anyone knows audio, it's got MIDI, USB, or MIDI over USB as well. It's got, I think, 5 different synth voices in it. Volume control. Audio out, obviously. But most importantly is that it has sensors. And these sensors pick up biofeedback data. They pick up galvanic skin response data and things like that. So you plug the sensor in. The stream keeps pausing, disappearing. So you plug the sensors in. The batteries have died, so I can't turn it on and show you. Oh, there we go. No, it is on. Doesn't matter anyway. I'm not going to get any sound out of it. So you plug the sensors into whatever you want. Myself, for instance, and you can see that means it's generating audio. There we go, and it stopped. So it turns living data by some clever algorithms it's got in it into pitch changes and time changes. So basically, you can plug this into yourself. You can plug this into yourself. You can plug this into plants, anything living. The guy that kind of invented it plugs these things into mushrooms quite a lot and makes audio music out of mushrooms. At the point where I'm on the plane, and this is attached to my hand, all the audio you're hearing at that point is from this. And certainly my intention was to take this to Canada and stick it on some plants and record. And I fucked up. I fucked up, chat. I fucked up. That's it. That's the end of that. I fucked up. We did the tour and was so busy doing the tour that I just completely forgot to get this thing out because, you know, you're kind of walking around staring at all this fucking amazing weed or trying to take in everything that's going on. So I completely forgot. Next time, though, exactly, Saint, next time, there has been, well, certainly when we got back, there was talk of potentially another trip some point next year, going over to the other side of the country. Yeah, which is where all the growing really fucking happens. All that side of, you know, well, you've got California over that side of America, and then carry on up that strip where you've got Humboldt and all that kind of stuff. It's not alive, it's dead, so it wouldn't work. I'm not plugging it into the actual, you know, the real thing. Actually, when I first got it, what was it connected to on the plane? My hand. Or what was it connected to on the plane? My hand. That was the synth thing that I just had out, the Fresh Breeze. When I first got it, Foz sent me a text saying, connect it to your balls. And I sent a message back to him saying, never challenge me to do anything like that. And you can kind of guess the video he might have got back in return. I now know what the music of my balls is. Oh dear. Terrible behaviour. So, what was that on your hand? That has been answered. Do 4C Labs need any testers? They do have a focus group. I'm not part of it, but they do have a focus group. How you get on the focus group, I don't know, but I would imagine not a lot of people leave the focus group, although I do know there was one spectacular exit from the 4C Labs focus group, but you'll have to look into that yourselves. I'm not going to talk about that. What else did we have? When you flew with your medication, did you medicate on the plane? I'm wondering how that might be dealt with. I did medicate on the plane. They didn't know, though, and if they did know, they didn't say anything. But I just went into the toilet. I had a dab device. And as you can see in the video, I'd taken some rosin with me. Actually, the dab device, excuse me, I am eating. Hashtag. The dab device I had was also made by Fat Piggy. He is designing his own portable dabbing device, similar to the Yokan Pocket, which he's fully taken apart to figure out how it works. But his will be a replaceable battery. And he's a dabber. He's a full-time, that's all he does is dab. He doesn't like flour. So yeah, the dabbing device I had with me in Canada and on the plane was a beta tester for his dabbing device. I was doing some feedback for it and putting as much, oh look at that, putting as much rosin through it as I could, as I wanted to see how it would react and see if it would stand up to that kind of use. Why the fuck am I talking about that? So I had that preloaded, and went into the toilet, had a few blasts on that, held my breath for a while. You hold your breath, the vapor just kind of disappears, and when I breathed out, just breathed out through my jumper. There may have been problems for me when I got to the other end if I had been found, if I had been discovered. But I heard someone say recently, you're not an activist unless it's costing you something. And while I don't wholeheartedly agree with that, because some people can't afford to have activism cost them something, but we can all afford to have activism cost a certain amount. And I guess that's part of what's in my head. And also just being bloody minded with fuck you, this is my right, this is my medication. I'm going to keep fucking doing this. So, yeah. It's one thing saying, realizing there may be some hassle coming from it, but also I was hiding in the toilet. So I don't know how much that classes really as any sort of activism at all. Hiding in the fucking toilet like a scaredy cat. What were you connected to on the plane? Yep, that was the same thing. Thank you for explaining that to me, Mark. No problem. Any questions? This is the Q&A. Ask as many questions as you like. Ah, that music must have been nuts. That is fantastic. So Not a Pen 15 is I've forgotten your full name. UK Medical Cannabis something. We all have the same names. He's now started this whole not a penis thing that I did on the channel not long ago on one of the reviews. He's taken that and absolutely run with it. He's been banned by YouTube a couple of times on different accounts, and now he started a new account doing foods of a certain shape. That's amazing. Absolutely amazing. Food on! Everyone, welcome Food on. Give Food on your congratulations. Food on has been a winner this evening. And not just any old winner. Should we do a dab in honor of... I think we should do a dab in honor of Food on's win. Shameless. Don't forget, there's 3 Smack Salad mood mats left for sale on eBay. Link in the description of all the videos. apart from this one, because I am a fool. Food on. I'm glad. Thank you for reminding me. Food. I was actually. Did food on? Who's retracting? Why are you retracting your messages? They were lovely messages. Oh, it's paused again. I was actually having a little bit of trouble remembering what Food on had won. I thought it was the thermal accumulator, but I wasn't quite sure. Excuse me. Now that is awful. That is not something I'm going to be doing again on the screen. On the stream. Food on. That is wow. Just it's made me hey, that's all right. That's okay. The fresh breeze, I get it, I understand. Phones and their tiny little options and all that kind of stuff. Oh man, food on, that's amazing. I legitimately was getting oh, is it restricting? I wonder if it's restricting. I'm using StreamYards for this. I'm not using YouTube. So I'm trying to get used to using StreamYards, figure out the app while I'm live, which obviously is a bit silly. But it means that in the future, I can put a link out into the chat and any of you could come up on the panel and join me for a dab or something similar. Which is something I really want to get going, you know? Especially if, you know, if any of you have got mics attached and all that kind of stuff, then yeah, we can dab together. Aha, Q&A, we've got a question. Hello, grown paper bag. How are you? How are you doing? Haven't seen you here before. Nice to see you. Deb, thank you for joining. Sean, thank you for joining. And thank you for a question. I will get to that very soon. We've also had another Medican question. Are they the latest questions to come in? Yes, I don't need to go back any further. Gilbert, hello. Nice to see you. Marie Jane, Mary Jane, Marie Jane, nice to see you. So, Medican. Oops, it just paused again. So, Medican. Saint 666. If there's anyone that should go down a rabbit hole of the beast from Mandy, it's someone with the name Saint 666. It's perfectly appropriate. I actually said it was the Christmas gift I never knew I wanted. I am over the moon. Thank you. Thank you and Fat Piggy so much. I still can't believe it. It's amazing. Food on. Yeah, I was saying that a minute ago and I said on the stream. Just as soon as I announced, as soon as it came up with your name, and it was like, oh, wow, that's someone that I've seen around. That's someone that I know is going to see this and is definitely going to get it. You know, definitely going to see the video, definitely going to get the prize. It's just fucking, I'm doing it now. Just getting goosebumps everywhere. It feels great to be able to give someone such an incredible vaporizer. You know, being able to give someone the pocket is fantastic. But you know what I mean? This is Chinese, mass produced. Doesn't compare. Doesn't compare to something that you've got a video where you can see the guy fucking making the damn thing. Yeah, I would be over the moon. I guess that's why I like that I've done this giveaway is that it's the kind of giveaway that I would be over the moon to win. So yeah, I'm very, very pleased for you, Foodon. I was trying to ask how long did it take me to recover from the trip? Jesus Christ. About 3 weeks at least. Yeah, it took me about 3 weeks at least to recover from the trip, if not longer. I was out for the count for a couple of days after I got back, and then got COVID, and then was out for the count for way more. So I must have spent stupidly like a week in bed or something. It was absolutely fucking horrendous. And on the way back, we did a night flight, an overnight on the way back, and because it was only my second time leaving the country as an adult, I didn't quite put two and two together. And obviously I don't leave the house much at all. I rarely go anywhere. So, and I haven't done as an adult that much. So basically, you don't book an overnight flight for someone with Tourette's surrounded by loads of people trying to sleep. Let's put it that way. It was a huge mistake doing that. Getting a tap on the shoulder from this fucking massive guy behind me. And having to apologise. Oh shit, yeah, having to apologise to him. Trying to explain to him, and his only response being, right, so it's going to happen again then, is it? And then some woman that sat next to me having to join in to explain that I can't help it. And then probably for the rest of the flight, because I couldn't sleep, it just wasn't going to happen. So for the rest of the flight, I was trying to keep the noise and everything under control. I'm clicking a lot and doing that a lot. But he was sat over my right shoulder. I was sat on the aisle. He was He was sat over my right shoulder on the aisle, one seat back, and I just kept giving him the finger all the time. Got no idea if he saw me, but I just kept giving the finger to everyone over my shoulder, over my right shoulder. And he's like, oh, for fuck's sake. So then, yeah, I don't hide. I just, it's complicated. It's very complicated. Leaving the house is a very difficult thing for me. It's a complicated mix of neurological disorders. So, yeah, the trip to Canada was a huge deal. I haven't got the hashtag on the screen. Yeah, the Canada. Yeah, the Canada trip was a huge deal. Yeah, it was hard work and anxiety, irrational outbursts. Yeah, my son has Tourette's. Some people are so rude and ignorant. Well, that's why in the video you see me wearing a hat that has that badge on it saying I've got Tourette's. And I usually have another badge on me saying, please be patient, I've got Tourette's. But yeah, it really did take quite a long time to recover. Because the way back, I can't sleep while traveling. And obviously we're doing an overnight. And we didn't have anything to do for most of that last day. So we ended up traipsing around the city quite a lot, which I wasn't enjoying, because I don't really enjoy cities, and we didn't seem to have an aim in mind. And then we were waiting until 10 in the evening for the flight back. which didn't get in until, I can't remember what time it was, our time. I think it was about 10 in the morning, our time, but it was a 7-hour flight. So by the time we got back into the country, I'd kind of been awake for 24 hours or something along those lines. And then we got back into London, and then I've got to travel another 2 hours or whatever to get home. So it was a long, long day. It's very much hard work when others are rotten. Absolutely. Which is why when I can get out, I like to at least try and flex my rights a little bit, because the only thing that really helps me get out and enables me to get out and stay out of the house sometimes, apart from other people, that's the main thing I need, or an arrangement or something like that, or a taxi outside the house, and even all that's really difficult. It's the medication that really helps, and that's why I want to take the medication out with me and have the option, not even have the option, to exercise my right to use the medication if it's going to help. And certainly on the train trip back from getting the tattoo done the other day, and that should have taken 2 hours, and it ended up taking 5.5 hours. It's like, this is I'm starting to lose my mind. I'm either going to start shouting and yelping in this packed carriage, or I can have 2 blasts on this and then be fine. Which one would everyone in the carriage really rather have? Me punching the seat in front of me and starting to shout at people, or just a slight smell in the air? I think the guy next to me would rather have had a slight smell in the air. Fast Eddie, are you talking about one of these? 70 quid from Recommended Vape Supplies, 7% off, or 76 quid I think they are. 7% off with code SmackSalad. It's great. In my eyes, it's better than the Pivot. I get no kickback from this at all. I get nothing out of Recommended Vape Supplies. I don't get any points, don't get anything. Exactly, to Fresh Breeze. Exactly. But yeah, I've tried a Pivot. I've had a Pivot, and it eventually leaks everywhere. And I don't really like the battery that much. This has a bigger battery, lasts longer, and it has accurate temp control on it. It's one of the few of this type, this kind of device, that actually has accurate temp control. What? Curaleaf say what? If you have a link to them to where they say that, I would be very, very interested to see that indeed. Curaleaf are on my list of establishments to visit. It's looking like there's a slim chance I've got some assistants coming next month, and we will be going out to do some proper weed audits and express our rights isn't the right word. Use our rights and film the whole thing and record the whole thing. We'll have, if it comes together, we're going to have a 360 camera, and yeah, mics are plenty, cameras are plenty, body cams. Let's go. Let's see who wants to take us on and tell us that we can't be out in public. And one of the places on my list is Curaleaf. I've already sent them an email saying, if you don't change your website to stating that somewhere that's operating as a public place, that a disabled person can take their medication there regardless of the rules, I will come down to your offices and I will be in your lobby, which is technically a public place, and I'm going to be vaping medicinal cannabis. And when the police turn up and they tell you there's absolutely nothing you can do, will you then acquiesce and change your fucking website? Yeah, well, I've got the my clinic sent me the information to show that there is no such thing as second-hand vaping. The information's out there, and it's not just some sciencey bits or whatever. It's UK legal guidance on vaping indoors. So I'll get that printed as well and see what happens. But yeah, I definitely want to step it up, and I think we've found a way to step it up a little bit, because, you know, as you've seen in the video tonight, the police are on our side. Even if they turn up and they don't have a fucking clue what's going on, they're on our side because the law is the law. And the only reason the police were called wasn't the plane station. We were all booked. Sorry, we were all okayed by the plane station. I'd already emailed them, and they just said, yeah, it's fine to have your cannabis and to use on site. They didn't use those words, but you know what I mean. So yeah, so I'd push it with sitting on their floor. I was away from everybody. That's why I was sat on the floor. I tried to find a space away from absolutely everyone, but also in plain view. And yeah, I had my grinder and everything else out on the floor. Had the Mighty out, had the Tiny Mite out, and a dabbing device as well. So it was only when we got to the airline desk that one person that was on the desk got it in his mind that he had to call the police. And he wouldn't listen to me saying, I've already okayed this with security, I've already okayed this with management. The other people that are on this desk clearly know what's going on. But, you know, that's exactly the kind of thing we're up against. He wasn't arsey about it. He wasn't unpleasant about it like the Ryanair guy last year. That guy from Ryanair was absolutely fucking horrible. Literally shouting at me in front of everybody, "What's wrong with you?" Which, yeah, if I'd have known then what I know now, that would have been a claim. That would have just gone straight through. But that was, we were with Welford going out to Spain. And they said they were going to support us for discrimination. And that wasn't the case. That seemed to be the furthest thing from their minds when push came to shove. But yeah, we could talk about Welford much more. Sorry. Yeah, Saint 666. Yeah, that's all nonsense. They want us. That's exactly the same stuff. Apart from the pilot, drug testing is not a thing. That wouldn't be happening. There's information about that out there. There's no second-hand vaping. That's not a thing. Mark Watts, is that you saying you were kicked out of Costa 2 weeks ago for having medication with you? I'd go for it. Fun fact, if that sale goes through, Culture Agent, you would get to keep that legally. That's their fault for selling it like that. I had a friend once that found some graphics cards that were put on eBuyer for £1 something instead of 100 and something, and loads of them got bought, and they had to honour the sales. It'd be interesting to see them, see anyone actually try and get that medication. It's putting your clinic at risk. You're just taking money off the clinic, but if that's the way they've done it, that's up to them. So Saint 666, the second-hand thing, is one of the things that the train companies are trying as well. The train companies are telling us that we have to leave. Excuse me. We have to leave all train stations to be able to medicate. We're not allowed to medicate anywhere in the station, however open it is. And the reason they're doing that is obviously because of stigma, but they seem to think that the devices that we have are the same as normal vapes, blah, blah, blah. Article Stewart, hello. Art Stew, thank you for joining us. This is my first proper attempt at using StreamYard, but I'm not taking guests at the moment because I haven't quite figured that bit of the software out. I'm easing myself into StreamYards so I can have people joining me and we can all dab together on the screen. So where was it? Who was it that got kicked out then? Let's go back up. I've only just forgotten. I've only just remembered. Mark Watts, if you want to send me an email, smacksalad@protonmail.com, that's a claim. If I remember rightly, I had an email from Costa that said that we were okay to have our medication in Costa. Yeah, go back to them. What Costa was this? Let me just get a pen, because I'll send these fuckers an email. And if they don't say anything positive, they'll get a visit in January. If you would like to tell me what Costa this was, you don't have to do it now, but if you send me an email and let me know, Southampton Central. Yes. Yeah, so East Midlands Rail are trying to tell me that they don't know if our medication performs. They don't know if our medication would be a toxic risk to our fellow travellers, which obviously it wouldn't be, and they haven't done any research into that whatsoever. I said all that in the video, didn't I? Yeah, definitely. Send me an email with the details, and we will try and figure out what we can do to get Costa. We'll figure out what we can do to get Costa to listen, to pay attention, to acknowledge that we exist and they don't have the right to give us shit. Were you just carrying? No, I don't have to give me all the details now, but yeah, it'd be interesting to see what they've done. Starbucks. Oh, you're gonna have to stay impatient, probably. These things move slowly. Like, I want to ask 4C what's going on, but I only asked them like 3 weeks ago. So, yeah. I'm definitely going to ask again at the beginning of January, or middle of January. I guess I intend to ask them what's going on with it at least once a month. And not just 4C, but I can also ask, because it's Cielo Verde that was in the video tonight. So I've got their contact details as well, and I communicate with them now as well. So I can ask them directly how their audit is going or when it's booked in. I can maybe find out when it's booked in. It's probably information they're not going to want to give out publicly, but I can ask. Yeah, where's it at? Give me it, give me it, give me it. We've got everyone excited. I'm excited. Now let's have it. Oh, stupid paper with a stupid hole in it. Stupid. At the earliest, I would have thought. Yeah, I'd happily swap my flour for hash. Yes, indeed. I mean, I kind of am. Do. A couple of Burks. Hello, a couple of Burks. As I've just said to Article Stewart, I'm trying StreamYard for the first time, but I'm not having guests up yet because I don't know how to use the software properly. And I'm using it on my phone, which is all tiny and fucking annoying. I think I need to get a proper camera for the PC. Tiny and fucking annoying, Burke. Jo. I'm assuming it's Jo. Shouldn't assume that actually, but is it Jo? And because my screen times out, every time the screen times out, it pauses the stream. And I don't want to go rooting around in my settings right now because that might pause the stream. So I'm just having to keep on tapping the screen every now and again to stop it from going fucking dark. Lowercase Burke, hello. It is nice to see you nice. Let's have a dab. This is in honour of all tonight's winners. All equal, but Food On has got that prize. In honour of Food On and Christmas and the Banana Daddy video, this is the Banana Daddy. Smoky Bow, welcome. Nice to see you. I hope you're well medicated too. Banana Daddy Tab. Oi. Oh, Banana Daddy. Food on. Food on. Food on is a winner. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Food on is a winner. Food on might need to buy a lottery ticket tomorrow. Food on's luck is in. That's the full science there for you, Art. The tubing is just because I want it in shot, so I don't have to put it up to my gob with this bit. But it does have a wonderful recycling action on the water. Which I don't know if you can see on this shitty fucking image. Kind of. So the water all splashes up and then spins round in a vortex in the centre and comes back down. Oh no, the desk is just always full of fruit. Hashtag not a penis. I eat a lot of fruit. Mother rooms. Good question, Sean. In the second facility that we went to, Greentone, which is the one that I posted, there's a short on the channel of me kind of quite high up in this massive grow space and just panning from one side to the other. And there's the little purple patch down on the right as well. That's Greentone's facility. And we saw quite a big mothering room in there, and we were in there for quite a while. I've not gone back through the footage yet, but yeah, so we will be seeing a big mothering room. We'll be seeing, I think, 2 hash making facilities. Not facilities, 2 hash making wings of 2 facilities. Excuse me. So we go to Cielo Verde and Greentone, and both make hash. But yeah, Greentone. I mean, Cielo Verde is fairly big, but that grow room at Greentone, where I'm a bit high up, that place was just enormous. The amount they were getting through, the drying room was huge, and it says in the video, I'll put it up. Obviously, I'll put it up at some point when I edit it. But they're just getting through kilos and kilos and kilos a day. It's just they can't shift it fast enough. But unfortunately, in Canada, the legal market, the bottom's kind of dropped out of it a little bit. So there isn't really the profits to be made that there used to be, apparently. Because obviously everyone's at it. But there was a third facility that we went to that was there we go. There was a third facility. Are we back? And we're back. There was a third facility we went to, and that was a fair amount of spider mites. It was all HPS sodium. I think I mentioned this the other night. Yeah, it wasn't impressive at all. Many mother rooms, not any, many. mainly one. I don't remember seeing a mother room at Cielo Verde, but the one we saw at Greentown was enormous. Oh, wow. Herb, have an amazing time in Amsterdam. That's great. Will we see videos? That would be fantastic if we see videos. No, I look forward to those, Herb. But yeah, have an awesome, awesome trip. Be interesting to see how it compares to what we can get, you know, on medical, obviously. Yeah, Jo, I need to get a camera. I need to get a camera for the PC to be doing this, really. But I've definitely got questions myself from the video tonight about that grow. I'm going to be asking Cielo Verde. So if any questions comes into anyone's minds, then leave them in the comments on that video and I'll compile a list. Yeah, I think a little webcam is a good idea. The tiny boxes, as in the Rockwool cubes, yeah, they were too small. And I want to ask them about that. I want to ask them about why they've chosen to do that. Yes, no folded heads. No trichome folding here. That's what we don't want, trichome folding. Be interesting to see. Are you taking a scope? Any kind of little scope? Yep, 4-inch Rockwool cubes for fairly large plants. And those trays they're using, I know they're using a drip system, but there still would have been. Hey, that new one will be absolutely fine for doing that, mate. Yeah, I've looked at some old footage of one of my reviews using that camera, and it's the rolling shutter thing that's a pain in the arse on it. But yeah, no, that would be great for seeing trichome folding and all that kind of stuff. It will give you the info that you need. But yeah, have an awesome time. 4x4 cubes, they're doing drip system feeding, and there was algae in the runoff section on the trays, but no algae on top, which kind of says to me that they cleaned it all recently. And if that were the case, that means they've moved all the plants about, which is going to be causing stress on the plant because of all the roots coming out the bottom of the cube. But also, if they've got plants that are that big, roots aren't going to stop. Roots are going to keep on going. It's a drip system. It's got spikes that go in the top of the cubes and then they drip, feed down. So you can actually get it on a feeding cycle where you're not getting any waste at all. You're not getting any runoff. Hello, Man versus Universe. Hello, UK Medical Bud 420. Yeah. And the roots aren't going to stop growing. They're going to keep on growing. So are they artificially... It just... Something seemed a bit weird to me. And the internodal spacing between the... between the buds was much larger than I would be happy with. Much, much larger than I would be happy with if it were my grow. But maybe there's a reason for that as well. And obviously the what looks like burn on the leaves as well. That's something that needs asking about what's going on there. Everything looked and smelled great. There was just a few things. There were just a few things that I'd like to understand and get their perspective on before I make any kind of descriptions. Old man hands, yes. I have old man hands. I'm not a fat-handed twat, but I have got old man hands. Old man Hans was my German granddad. He wasn't. What an interesting comment to come in with. I don't know whether to absolutely adore you, 1 sub 10, or just block you immediately. Long fingers. We're on wide angle camera. So have a bit of that. Massively long forearms. I am not Mr. Tickle. Go gadget arms. So how can I facing back? So is that the other one then? Oh, there we go. Normal. Foodon's got a thermal accumulator. Foodon's got a thermal accumulator. Smack Armstrong. I think Smack Arms is a different thing. Let's go back to the wide angle view and my phenomenally long arms. I haven't even got to my elbows. Dude, I was making BHO in 1999. Don't block me. Thank you for bringing your credentials. Do you have some official identification to prove that you were making BHO in 1999? Hello? Ah, oh my god, how many accounts have you got? How many accounts do you need? I mean, they're all welcome. It's more subscribers, I guess. An all new Christmas card. Okay. Sorry to intrude, Mac. Not intruding. This is all chat interaction. It's fine. If anyone loves a fun, festive quiz, quick blocker. She's promoting something. 20th of December. 20th of December. Let me put that on my calendar. So if anyone's missed that, or if anyone hasn't seen it or can't see it, Smoky Mo 420 will be co-hosting a fun, festive quiz on Discord with Jack, UK Medical Cannabis, on the 20th of December at 5 p.m. Oh, on Discord. I won't be able to make. I won't be doing Discord, but 20th of December, 5 p.m. I can put it on the calendar, and then I could do a post about it. Quiz, 5 p.m. Have I got that right? 20th of December, quiz, 5 p.m. 20th of December. Yeah, Saturday. Yeah. Yeah, that's great. That sounds great. I will endeavour to do a post on the 20th in the morning, letting people know that it's happening. Yeah. Respect to all community things going on. So yeah, no, it's not an intrusion in the slightest. That's great. In fact, I film UFOs, exactly. It should be more about, well, I'm not saying it's not, but obviously it is about the community, not the individual channels. Well, I suppose mine is definitely wanting to be about the community and not the individual channels, not my community. Do you know what I mean? But the medical cannabis community as a whole. You know, the views wanting, and of course medicating. You're fitting in with everything that's going on YouTube perfectly, Smoky Mo. We've already got a Smoky, haven't we? So I guess Mo would be a better idea. The more of us that are communicating, you know, as in all patients, the more we can get news going round as well, and maybe get people helping out with standing up for our rights and getting any clinics to change. You know, it's keeping us all in the dark seems to be the thing that keeps certain things going, like a lack of refunds, for instance. It's taken me so long to figure out this refund business. Because it just seems so fishy at the start of going into medical that none of us could get refunds for anything, no matter how shit the product was. There's no other, you know what I mean? There's no other shop that you would go in, or no other pharmacy that you would go in where you'd buy something and find it's really, really defective and go back and be told there's absolutely nothing you can do. Remember buying some Tilray. Tilray was my gold standard for shit. my shit standard for shit. And it was just absolutely chock full of leaves. And I know now what I could do about that. But ringing IPS, they're just like, no, there's nothing you can do. Absolutely nothing you can do. And that was the only weed that I had. And I'd spent all of my money on that, I think. It was way back at the start of being medical. And IPS, yeah, just point blank telling me there was nothing I can do, which I now know was actually just an outright fucking lie. Outright fucking lie. I don't know if they knew they were lying, if it was just ignorance, but I now know that with leaves the size that was on that Tilray, that would have been an instant fucking refund. Mo, the anxiety thing is very real, and I have said on another live recently that I only do these when I'm able, and the rest of the time I certainly am not able. And it means that I come across as a lot more able than I actually am. But yeah, that anxiety is a very real thing, and it's what a lot of us patients deal with and are going through. So it's also why I think this community is really welcoming as well, because so many people here understand, you know, we're all on medical for the same, you know, the same limited set of, it's quite a wide set of ailments, but you know what I mean? It's the same limited set of ailments. And yeah, that anxiety is certainly one of them, that a lot of it, Jesus Christ. A lot of us are on medical for that reason. And yeah, anxiety, depression patient, yeah. Same here. So it does mean that, yeah, you don't need to push yourself. Do you know what I mean? You've found a place already. Yeah, and hopefully the more of us that are out there doing stuff, the less it will feel like any of us pushing ourselves, because people will be there filling in the gaps and making little changes here and there. Even if it's just visiting the Costa that whoever it was mentioned earlier. Sorry, a brain like a sieve, certainly with names and lives and channels. And even if it's just visiting that Costa and having a word with the manager, even if it's just sending an email to Costa themselves and pointing out that the manager needs training up. Do you know what I mean? It's just those. That's why I take those forms out with me everywhere, the pamphlet out with me everywhere. Is just so anywhere I go, if I feel the need to medicate, I've already got that pamphlet with me, ready to go as soon as anyone steps in and tries to say anything. And knowing that I can even do that first, as soon as I get to somewhere, get that pamphlet out, explain to them what's about to happen. And the 2 Starbucks I've done it in, the manager was absolutely fine. They allowed me to medicate in the cafe, absolutely fine. And I'd done that because there was another subscriber who got kicked out of a Starbucks in Walsall, I think it was. So I thought, right, well, I'm going into town some point, and when I do, when I go to the train station, I'm going to go into every Starbucks on the way, and I'm going to inform the managers what I'm about to do, and I'm going to go in with the intention of sitting down, medicating. I live streamed both of them, I think. Yeah, that was the same day as the first train station audit. So although they kind of came across as audits, it was just going where I was going to go anyway, or on the way to where I was going to go anyway. I just thought I may as well go in and see what the manager says and film it at the same time. But yeah, the big one was going to the train station that day. But yeah, the anxiety is real. I probably slept for about 2 days after I came back from the train station. That took me quite a while to recover from. Where's Jerry Too Many tonight? Where's Jerry Too Many with his Medican fanboy business? I was hoping we might see Jerry Too Many again. I've got a question for him. Jerry Too Many, it turns out, went for a job interview. Was anyone? I film UFOs. You were in the chat, weren't you, when Jerry Too Many was here? So it turns out let's get a proper shot, see if we can get it. This is not good quality. StreamYards is not good quality. Anyway, Jerry Too Many is a member of, or was a member of, Medbud. Good marijuana strains. Hello, how are you? Thank you for being here. If anyone that's here hasn't hit the like button yet, please hit the like button. That would be very much appreciated. That's the kind of thing I'm supposed to say in a robotic voice. Jerry Too Many went for a job at, went for an interview at a clinic. Should we guess what clinic that was? Let's put some clues out there. The only things that we tried in Canada were Things from Cielo Verde. No, that's a lie. Actually, that's a lie. So there's a brief clip in tonight's video of the swamp water gas, I think it was called. And that was no-till, organic, and that was marvellous. But we didn't have much of that, and what we were surrounded with was all the hash. What's the marble about? I could give an idiot's guide to it. I can give a non-idiot's guide to it. Because you are not an idiot, Art. Well, maybe you are. I don't know. But I can give you a guide to it. Oh, the problem with that, the only problem with that UK Medical Bud 420 is getting there. I need a bunch of assistance getting to these places. It was called swamp water gas, I think. The label is in tonight's video of Canada. I'm sure it's called swamp water something. But I guess the main thing that sticks in my head about a variety like that is less the I see what you mean, Smoky Mo. No, it doesn't sound that pleasant. It was great though. It's less what kind of variety it is and more how it's been grown, I suppose. How it's been grown and what kind of state it gets us in. There's so many varieties that I'd like to try. Cement shoes. I was so fucking excited about cement shoes, but I knew it was going to be shit when it got to us. And it was. But cement shoes is from my favourite seed producer of all time, called Classic Seeds. They make some incredible varieties. Yeah. And obviously it came to us from Cantourage and it was nuked. Rick's 89. I've asked and asked and asked, and I keep asking every company I have any kind of interaction with. The UK want a cheese and it would sell like fuck. But it's not been taken up on yet. The closest we've got is the Citroli, I think. I'm not really that keen on the Citroli. I'm not really that bothered about. I'm not really that bothered about cheese, I suppose, but I keep mentioning it to companies because I know it's what everyone wants. There's that and the obvious Stardog that was top of the list when I did a bit of a poll not long ago. Question. For a start, I don't smoke, so that makes a hell of a difference. My lungs are much better without smoke and having vapor. It was a massive, massive difference between the two for me. My lungs forced me to give up smoking. They wouldn't cope with smoke. So that's why in tonight's video, that massive doink that's in it at the end with all the different kinds of weed and different kinds of hash and different kinds of dabs in it, I didn't have any of that. I just went out to film it. I just filmed him making it and went out to film them smoking it. But I did not partake. My lungs just wouldn't cope at all. Have a couple of tokes on that and I wouldn't be able to vape for the next God knows how many days. But with dabbing, I can dab for days, and wake up fine the next day. It's all about the temps that you're at, and yeah. So, Art, are you still here? You wanted a slight walk through dabbing. Well, in case anyone else doesn't know what I'm doing, let's let you know. I've got a hot coil here. Oh, and it's filthy underneath it as well. There's a hot coil. Nice one, Art. It's the kind of coil or heating rod that you find in espresso makers, coffee machines. I don't think I'm going to be able to get this one with the period. I'm going to put that back in. Yeah, so they're normally straight, but that one's coiled. They're normally straight, but that one's coiled. So obviously this fits in it and sits in it all right. Oh, I could probably switch mode a little better as well. That's a little bit closer. And it's coiled round in the bottom as well, so it covers the bottom of this. And you set the temperature on the front, drop that in, and that gets the glass to a certain temperature. Then let's go with the sciencey version. Got a little ball, which I need to dry the isopropyl alcohol off. It's cleaning it. Made of silicon carbide. I think that's the right word. Which is known as SiC, SiC. And that is very hard wearing and thermally efficient. So drop that in the glass as well, and that will reach the same temperature. And what's going to happen is I'm going to put some medication in the dish, a little bit of this, which I'll show you in a minute. And because this has got, no, it's not on camera there, because this has got two angled holes in it, one on that side, one on this side, when you seal it, with the marble or anything, it makes the ball inside spin like fuck. Let's raise this a little bit. So if you watch this, there you go. So when you drop the dab in, the ball in it spins round and spreads all the dab across different parts of the dish. So it's going to get vaporized off more evenly. And I think that's the end of the lesson. UK Medical Bud 420, thank you for being here. Go and eat. Hashtag not a pen 15. I am very excited to see that. Motherfucker. To see the. What's it called? The 3D printed banana. That's very exciting. Hashtag not a pen 15. So yeah. So you put all that together, Art, and you get a dab. And if you do it at the right temperature, it doesn't make your coffee guns and gups up. Doesn't make your coffee gups up. Guns and gups. Guns and gups. Guns and gups. Oh no. I keep hitting things. Things keep breaking. I keep knocking things. And then you have this lovely rosin that I pressed myself earlier from some Banana Daddy flour. And it's all gooey and sticky and wonderful and stinky. Quick, hit the screen. Put it all together. And you get this. If Jo is still here, the other answer to that question is it wasn't very cold. Paul Kane, hello. Excuse me. Yeah, it wasn't cold. We were there just as Jesus Christ. People wouldn't shut up about the fucking leaves. We were there as the leaves were turning. You've got to see the leaves in the trees. You've got to see all the colours. Jesus was a black man. No, Jesus was Batman. Oh no, hang on. No, that was Bruce Wayne. Points for the reference. Burke, yeah. They banging about out there. They make me way 21 X Metal gets the points. 21 X Metal with the points. No. That was Bruce Wayne. Dry herb vapes, depending on what's going on up there. There are so many and they're so wide and varied, and they all have a different way of working. Hang on 1 second, folks. Hello? Well, just one of the neighbours banging about. Some of them do. You can make them feel like smoking. You can make them kind of feel like smoking. What do you mean by feel like smoking? The effect or the taste and the lung feel and all that kind of stuff? Yes, there we go, Burke. That's a very good descriptor. I would agree completely with the Paxes being shit. They would put me off vaping for life. And the Volcano, I personally fucking hated. Maybe that's overstating it ever so slightly. But I can't stand the noise of the bags. I find the bags themselves fucking annoying. The noise of the Volcano itself was fucking annoying. And the bags used to make me cough like fuck. Never known a cough like it. It was horrendous. And it also took me months to feel the switch from smoking to vaping and actually be able to feel it like it was doing something and it not just giving me a headache. For months, it was just giving me a headache. And I was having to keep on smoking. It was a strange switchover. In terms of function and efficiency and all that kind of stuff, the Volcano pisses all over the Pax. The Pax is really inefficient. Yeah, really inefficient. That tiny pipe, that tiny tube that it's got in it, the air pipe, that's a fucking pain in the arse. You've got to clean so often. The oven in it's really inefficient. Some people love it and it works for them, but I don't like them. Ruby Twist all the way. The Ruby Twist is great. What would you want to upgrade to? Yeah, the Volcano is an awesome vaporizer. Just personally, I didn't get on with it in the slightest. But people, obviously there's a reason why it's still being made. Fucking over a decade later, or whatever it must be. You must be getting on 15, 20 years or something ridiculous. Yeah, because the Ruby Twist, I think with ball vapes, they're all much of a muchness, really. Once you get to a certain point, the efficiency increases and the flavor increases that you get become ridiculously minimal. So, for instance, with what I've got, I really want to upgrade to an old glass air bath. I want to get rid of the bit of metal that's in there. I just want to get rid of the metal that's in the air bath in here. You can get a glass sleeve that goes inside there now, pretty much. So then it's glass all the way. But it's 200 quid to do that. Like, really, how much fucking difference is that going to make? So I really want it, and I know it will make a bit of a difference. I will notice it. But 200 quid's worth of difference? The only thing that I really, really wanted to upgrade from with the Ruby Twist. And I gave my Ruby Twist away in the end because I'd obviously got this as well. I didn't need two vapes. Was going wireless. That was it, really. I was constantly pulling the Ruby Twist. So for people who don't know, I used to have something that worked pretty much exactly the same as this, but it had the cabling attached. So I was constantly just knocking it off the desk, pulling glass off, pulling the Ruby Twist off, pulling the Ruby Twist off, pulling it onto the floor. It was a danger. Danger. So I had to go back to wireless. If you've got pets in particular, wireless is definitely the way to go. Exactly. High voltage, or more importantly, high temperatures. When I was having my tattoo done, I think I said this the other night in the stream actually, we found a patch where it was really fucking painful, and I couldn't figure out what the scar was for ages because I don't remember getting a scar. And I remember eventually it was because of the. I bet you are. Sorry. Sorry. I must declare I have Tourette's and blah blah blah. There we go. Done. I should have the badge on the table again. And it's because the Ruby Twist was normally here, and to do stuff I'd lean over. Well, I'm old. Oh God, I'm going down that road. I'm allowed to say these things because of my age. Fuck off. I'm not changing. But yeah, if you're gonna come at me with "I'm a fan of the wood," oh, the neighbours are banging again. What are they doing? What are they doing? Yeah, it's the H.P. Lovecraft thing. Tentacles, eyeballs, gorillas. A biomechanical gorilla with tentacles and a banging away with tentacles and a scientist's white coat. I don't know how we're going to do that next, but it's got to be done at some point. An astronaut, gorilla, scientist, biomechanical, in a white coat. Now I'm with you, Art. 11:15. The neighbours are banging again. I think so, Tanji. About underwater, I would agree. But yeah, scientist, astronaut, biomechanical gorilla in a lab coat. I think with tentacles. I don't know if I just said that. Yeah. I don't have to worry about these things. I just give these words to an artist and say, "Can you do something like that?" And seems to be going all right so far. It's a smacken. The smacken. Ripping its way through. Yeah, when I was getting this one done, I was talking with Paula, the tattooist, about biomech, and she wants to try something along those lines anyway. Yeah, she wants to try something along those lines anyway. So it seems like it might be happening. Shit. Yeah, what are they doing? Slamming and banging around, gone 11 on a Sunday night. What are they thinking? How dare they? No, if you're anywhere near Bristol, there's a there's a good tattooist there. She's a patient. She's a subscriber. She's in Big Foz's Signal group, and patient friendly, weed friendly. Kent Ways are no idea what that means. She's in Bristol. You figure the rest out. It's yeah, and it's you mean the group? You mean Foz's group, Tanji? It's nice that it's moderated nicely as well. No one's gone a bit power hungry, and you can't post that. You know, in terms of medical related stuff. Reddit, I've not done Reddit at all. I've just completely stayed away from it. And I think I might have been saying this the other night about me repeating myself. But the mods seem quite power hungry over on Reddit. And it seems like there's a lot of, I keep getting told tales of potentially a lot of shills over there. I mean, undoubtedly we're going to have some on YouTube as well. But it sounds like, yeah, I keep hearing like, oh, Reddit's got a lot of shill accounts, a lot of accounts from companies. Yeah, and a lot of people being overly defensive of medical weed. It seemed like one of them turned up on this channel on the Canada video saying, "Stop, what are you doing? You're making everything worse for medical," about the Plain Station police turning up. I'm not sure how you can interpret it that way in any way, shape, or form, other than you've got some sort of stigma about consuming in public, which unfortunately that's on you. That shouldn't be on the rest of us. So who the fuck are you? Are you even a patient? Or are you just someone who wants to have a moan? Kind of assume it's going to be the latter. It's just the latter. It's just someone who wants to have a moan. but they could genuinely be a patient and they could genuinely be labouring under the misapprehension that we should all be hiding away. So it becomes a strange quandary in how to respond. Because obviously my knee-jerk reaction would be, "Oh, fuck yourself." But you can't do that because they might be a patient and they might be having difficulties when they were posting, or they might not understand, or as being someone who gets confused a hell of a lot and fucks up a hell of a lot. I end up being probably far too forgiving to what is probably a shill account. It was full of 3 exclamation marks. Yeah, full of 3 exclamation marks. But if that's how someone else wants to be, that's up to them. What are you going to do? Well, what I'm going to do is carry on. I'm going to do the same thing. Yeah. And I guess that's why, another reason why it's good that Foz's channel is just, or Foz's group is just medical patients and nothing else. Is that the Mocky Gelato? Someone else has sent me a message about that today. CanFX? CanFX? Literally just a couple of hours ago, someone sent me a message saying that's on their Christmas script. I've ordered their Sangria. Because if it's just in the hope that it might be something like a Queen Sangria used to be. See if it's got any of that mimosa. Any of those, that kind of terp behaviour. Excuse my squeaking. Christmas squeaking. Oh. Oi. Hello. Animal Face. Is that just Animal Face, or is that Animal Face cookies? What is whose Parve and Animal Face are those? 350. I assume going out of date. That is a fucking bargain. Hopefully, that's a fucking bargain. I can see why someone would not be able to resist that. Someone asked me about the Skittles fuel as well the other day. Gelato pie? Super Seed? Deb, is that new? Is that a new Super Seed? Wow. Oh shit, I'm gonna have to get that. You're all costing me money. Ah, sativa, that might have saved me money. When do you get them, Deb? Or is it unknown from the Medica? It is time for another one. Okay. Well, I guess all I was trying to say anyway, really, was it would be great to hear what those are like when you get them. Oh, the animal face cookies I had here from 4TP. I think that's the same. I think that's Papers. Or is that different? I don't fucking know. So much weed, so little time. Yes. Tangy, yes. The pivot works exceptionally well. It will leak eventually, though. And you'll have to take the metal housing off from underneath. It's the silicon housing, and then underneath that is the metal housing, and you'll have to take that off and clean the whole thing. Or, I don't know if you can soak the whole thing. You can soak the whole thing in ISO. That would work. I don't know why I'm asking. I've soaked one in ISO and it works fine. Unboxing of your prescription and visuals. Is that what you mean? I get confused so fucking easily. Oh, I was popping right next to it. I was clicking right next to it. Nice one. Be nice to see them get unboxed. It's this damn StreamYard software, I think. Ah, oops. If I remember rightly. Audio. Let's turn it down a little bit. There we go. Let's see if that still clips. I have turned it down slightly. So yeah, that's useful feedback. If I remember rightly, there's various places to adjust the volume within StreamYard. And I've got volume on the mics that I'm using as well. So yeah, that is definitely useful. Du-du-du. I am using, I shall tell you in one fucking second. I think these are the DJI mic minis. Yeah, DJI mic mini with the charging case. 2 mics and a receiver that fits into the USB port on the phone. Yeah, it could be this damn hokey StreamYard software. And if I'm looking down, maybe, or if I get closer. The mics, I think the mics have been a really good purchase. The Rhodes version are supposed to be better, but they're also way chunkier. They're way bigger. But they were surprisingly less expensive than I thought they were going to be. Whee! Oh, Secret Pharmacy. Is that a question? I film UFOs. Mo, have a good evening. Have a good night. Thank you for being here. Fast, steady fishing. There's probably a fairly quick answer to that, which is that 4C Labs tried bringing in 3.5 gram packs and 5 gram packs, and the only thing that stood in our way was the prescribers. And yeah, the other part of that answer is exactly what Herb Smoking has put. it makes much more sense for them to be able to sell us a load of it and then tell us we can't have refunds for what's crap than sell us any kind of tester packs, and then all that stock's just going to sit there and never sell because word would spread like wildfire. But what shit. You know, if you could buy 1 gram of Tilray, it's just not going to happen. I'm never going to sell anything. So yeah, what stood in our way was all the other clinics and doctors. They wouldn't prescribe it. They refused. 5 gram bags were a thing. Excuse me. We had them for a short time. Yeah, but then you've got to weigh that, like I say, you've got to weigh that up against 10 kilos that then just sits there, Saint, and doesn't sell because word has got around after a few people getting 2 or 3 grams and finding it's dog shit. So then everyone loses money on that 10k, or whatever, that 10 kilograms, or whatever it might be. I've had Hollywood, James. It was okay. It was effective. I don't really remember that much about it, but I know that it was effective and it was okay. It didn't really, it was all right. There's nothing wrong with it necessarily. Any more than that, I can't quite remember. Shall I have a look and see if I can jog my memory? Because I know it's from Cielo Verde. There we go, James. I can tell you that. It's from Cielo Verde, which is the facility that I went to, which was featuring in the Canada video tonight. Already forgotten what I'm searching for. Have a look at the chat. Hollywood. Yes, it's from Cielo Verde. Same people, same facility I went to see in the videos tonight. Yeah, it was all right. It just didn't. It was one of the strains that we got gifted from Cielo, and it didn't stand out much to me, but it wasn't bad. But at that point, we were spoilt for choice. So what ended up coming out of it was, yeah, it's the Banana Daddy. That's it. Just the Banana Daddy. Just the Banana Daddy. Just the Banana Daddy. All I'm bothered about. But I can tell you probably how it's grown as well. If you've seen the video tonight, it was probably grown in exactly the same way. Rockwool cubes, hydroponics, drip system with spikes going into the Rockwool cubes under LEDs in fairly small rooms, really. They weren't that big. And I don't know if they have, James, but if you're on Signal, my very good friend Big Foz has a group on Signal that's just for feedback on medical flour from patients and nothing else. So someone in there may have posted about it. And if they haven't and you order it, it would be great to have feedback in there. It's a nice community and kindly moderated by other patients. And it's just for feedback about flour, photos, reviews. And there's a link to the Signal group on the community page. If you're on PC, try on a mobile. If you're on mobile, try on PC. Yeah, I've tried on both with the link. I think there might be 2 links on the community page. I'm not certain. Yeah. And apart from these things, it's the only other place that I am. And yeah, there's quite a lot of people from this chat in there as well. There'll be a lot of familiar names. Yeah. I keep sidetracking the chat in there a little bit, in the channel a little bit with stuff. But yeah, it's all about the flour. Node stretch, iFilm UFOs. Node stretch, if you're talking about tonight's video, yeah, definitely. That node stretch was something I would want to be dealing with if I was them. They certainly wouldn't be losing money, Saint, if they up the game on quality. You are 100% correct. And yeah, that tells you the kind of scruples some of the people we're playing with or are trying to play with us on medical, and what they think of the flour and where they've come from. Thank you for being here, Deb. Much appreciated. Always appreciated. And have a great week. It tastes nice. It's fine. That would be absolutely fine, Saint. If you could describe the taste a little bit, that would be good. If you could describe the effects a little bit, that would be good. But effects are always really, really subjective, which is something I try and stay away from on the channel talking about so much, because it's, yeah, the effects are really subjective, and I don't think it affects me as quite the same as it would other people anyway. And I'm not a pain patient either, so I can't speak to being a pain patient. But even just a photo, and I like it, why not? But you could look at the trim. Yeah, you know, the looks are less important than how it's made you feel, I suppose. And I don't mean just in terms of consuming it as medicine, how it's made you feel, but also how I got this, I'm pleased with it. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, I find that awkward talking about effects on the channel. Yeah. especially being someone who's been consumed. Especially as being someone who has been self-medicating with cannabis for decades, it's always strange when my doctor says to me, "And what is it that you get from cannabis?" which he asks every 3 months, and every 3 months I'm flummoxed by the question. Even now, it's something I find hard to quantify. Well, I've got this on my desk from now on that I forgot was in the box from the Greenjoy giveaway, which is just a list of terps and things they're associated with, like linalool and lavender, or caryophyllene and black pepper, valencine and oranges and grapefruit. Because I can't keep any of that shit in my head. I can never remember it. And obviously it's key, it's important. But more than that, we need to be moving on to the all the other cannabinoids that we have as well. We still only get information on THC and CBD, and that's it. We need CBG and everything else that's in there. I definitely want to be pushing for more information in those certificates of analysis. I want lists of terpenes that they're giving us, not just what it says on the website, or the manufacturers, the producers, the growers' website. I want it all listed on the COAs that we get, so we can look at the scientific readout of exactly the amount of terps and exactly what those terps are. Model 67. Model 6780 regarding hash. I am going to put my neck on the line and say yes, definitely, 100%. I'd be stunned if we don't. All those wheels are in motion. It's all happening. And once, all it takes is one company to bring it in, and all the other companies are just going to, their eyes are just going to go dollar signs. Do you know what I mean? They're just a bunch of chicken shits that just aren't bringing it in at the moment. No one is, use the same phrase, putting their neck on the line, because they don't understand the scene over here at all. And because no one's already done it, no one's doing it. It's fucking dumb. Which is why I've just been saying to 4C, rosin, 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 rosin. And it's amazing that they've responded with, well, we're going to do hash first because we can. So, yeah. All right, go for it. And I thought I was going to not give a shit about their hash that I've tried in Canada, and it was great. I really didn't think I was going to care. Solely focused on rosin, and the hash was really fucking good. Undoubtedly, undoubtedly, there is shit hash in Canada, shit legal hash, but the stuff that we were shown and could try on behalf from 4C, from the person who was going around facilities deciding what hash we're going to get, he was saying, I only want to bring something to the UK if it's worth bringing, if it's worth selling, if it's good. And the stuff we tried was good. Yeah, I just want to, as I said in the video, one of the videos tonight, I just want to see if I can push them, see how much, maybe get the community to ask them. Maybe that would work in some way to show that there's a vocal want for non-irradiated from them, and see if we can get at least one variety through non-irradiated by a 4C. And considering they've got the swamp gas that I was talking about earlier, which is no-till organic, it would be a fucking crime to irradiate that shit. That's got so much more goodness in it from being no-till organic. Living soil. Having had experience with living soil organic medicine, if it's when it's done well, it's the shit. To quote Run the Jewels, it's the shit, bitch. Well, I suspect everything's fucking pointless for the next 2 weeks or so, for the next few weeks. Excuse my squeaking. It's my knee. In the new year, I've already asked 4C if we can bring some, if I can get them, urge them to bring something through non-irradiated, and what I got back was we can try. So they're up for giving it a go, at least. Oh, the response was positive to start with. There's a bunch of people in Foz's group on Signal, a bunch of patients that really only want non-irradiated. And given the option, that's definitely what I would go for. Yeah. Considering it's all beta irradiated, it comes through to us surprisingly unscathed. Although I think the Banana Daddy, from trying it in Canada and trying it here, I think it has suffered a little. Not much, but it's definitely got a bit of the cardboard about it. It's not as sticky as, yeah. But I think the Banana Daddy is still banging. The rosin I'm doing at the moment, the rosin I've got tonight, that is Banana Daddy rosin. And it's a 25% return, 26% THC. So yeah, it's doing well. and it's a stinky little number. So when I say help, it would be kind of, maybe I would do a poll, and that would foresee how the potential reach of non-irradiated, or just, if that doesn't work, get loads of us to email them and say, "Come on!" But no, it sounds like they're up for it, and I can just keep on asking. But yeah, hash is a fucking go. Hash is happening. Yes, Saint. Yes, indeed. And it's certainly one of the reasons why I want to popularise Foz's Signal group, so there's more of us banding together, and to be able to really quickly see, is this shit or not? And if the community start noticing that as well, if we can make something out of that, if the industry starts noticing it, but getting anything like that off the ground so far, because obviously all of us in the community, or a lot of us, a quite large percentage of us in the community, are disabled in one way or another. So doing any of this is a fucking nightmare. Every time I have to engage with any of the clinics or the pharmacies or anyone for complaints reasons, it's nearly always a fucking nightmare. Yeah, Saint, there's oh, you'll have heard me saying this already, but yeah, the link is on the community page. The posts page tab on the channel. And if you can't, I should have said this to someone else earlier. Someone else said they couldn't get the link to work. If you maybe you could send me an email or something, maybe we can get it figured out. Because I could maybe invite people to the group somehow. I could figure that out as well. So yeah, someone asked about the gelati pie. I have not. I have only heard about it this evening. No, I've not tried it. It's a sativa, apparently. I have been told this evening. The gelato cheesecake's great. the gelato cheesecake looked really good under the scope. Lots of heads on the outside. So if they've continued to source decent stuff, the gelato pie should be good. We tried in Canada, I had 4 varieties from Super Seed that they hadn't released yet. When I got back to the hotel one day, there was a box there waiting for Smack Salad Productions with 4 varieties of flour in there for me and Pseudo to test. And they were all anonymous flour, just marked 1 to 4. So we gave them some feedback on which one we thought was the best, and we agreed it was number 1, I think. Ah, that's the gelato pie, wedding cake, and biscotti. Shit, that sounds nice. So yeah, because they were only marked 1 to 4, I don't know if they're. I don't know when any of those are going to get released, or if they'll get released, or I won't know what it is. I won't know if we've had any influence whatsoever. I could send them an email, I guess. Oh, can I come with you to labs? And we're back. Can I come with you to labs? I've got. What do you mean by big options? But the labs thing, absolutely nothing to do with me. The labs was purely an invite from 4C. It wasn't me pursuing anything. That kind of came out of nowhere, really. They just started talking about it one day. And I said I probably wouldn't be able to cope with it, but let's give it a go. Yeah, I'm on a medium option myself. Very, very medium option. Is this a moment for the medium option? I've got a special option. It's a special medium option. But yeah, model 6780. It's absolutely nothing to do with me, not my call in the slightest. It was an offer that came out of the blue, out of nowhere. Well, not out of nowhere. I've been talking to 4C for a while. You guys have options? Now, play nice, everyone. Apologies, Model 6780. Just being gentle. But yeah, I don't understand the phrase though about having big options. I'm lost. I'm lost like a little lamb in the night. Opinions. You've got big optimians. You've got big opinions, right? Well, send those opinions to 4C, and yeah. Oh, excuse this noise, Jesus Christ! And I don't mean that in an arsey way, but yeah, nothing to do with me. So yeah, just kind of start a conversation with 4C. That's the best. All of the clinics, all of the producers. If you want to get in anywhere, the best you can do is start a polite, well, not even polite, but start a conversation with them. There was one producer in Canada who had their details on MedBud, which MedBud had got them from this producer's website. And I was going around MedBud just emailing the occasional producer saying, all right, can we get any information about your facility, or have you got any merch maybe if you're launching flour over here? Is there anything I can give to the community, like the green carrot stuff? And I got an email back saying, how did you get my email? Who is this? How did you get this email? Right, it's on MedBud, mate. They got it from your fucking website. Strangely paranoid. But yeah, other places might respond. And that's another thing, like, the more of us actually get in touch with producers, we'll find the ones that are willing to talk to us and are willing to share information and are willing to get more involved with the community, so to speak. Obviously, there's a chance that we invite more people being used as PR, which is always a danger, certainly on social media or Reddit, YouTube, Instagram, wherever you are. Everyone's being influenced in some way, or at least someone is trying to exert influence over most of us. Can't deny that it must have been what am I trying to say? It's good for business for 4C to take us over there. Do you know what I mean? It must have been. It was a really nice thing that they did, and they paid for absolutely fucking everything. But it must fit into the business model somewhere in some way. A signed petition for what, though? And to who? And that sounds, yeah, that sounds quite organised. It's like, could we not have? We could, but I don't. I think that's a bit beyond my current realm of staying on top of things. Uh, I'd say more Model 6780. The question's probably more, can I set up a signed petition so we're connected? And I think you should. And I would join that petition. Yeah, I guess I just don't. For better quality, fresher. We'd have to narrow it all down. Someone would have to write it. It's that's kind of beyond my ken at the moment. Are you talking about the whole industry or specifically about 4C? Oh, that's terrible timing. Well, no, it was also perfect timing. That's why it was so funny. Oh, that tasted amazing. Holy shit, that was lovely. Wow. Wow, 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 wee, wow. Well, yeah, but someone's still got to write do all the legwork and write all the petition and all that kind of stuff. Do you know what I mean? So if someone else wants to set it up, it's all the bits, all the stuff that needs doing, all the admin. That's beyond me at the moment. Yeah, yeah, model. There's a certainly with new flour that comes to market, and definitely from if it's from a new company, it can take ages for that first batch to get here, and then it's the second batch that's the one that has already. The first batch goes through all the bureaucracy. That's why it takes so long, and then the second batch gets to shitloads quicker. So the first batch is usually the worst that we're going to see of that flour, which obviously is a major downside to how the industry works. If it's a new company, they immediately come in and get a terrible name, and we'll buy a load of fucking dry crap. When actually it could be fine, but the bureaucracy has made it take so long. Then yeah, 4C, once they've got that pipeline going with the first flour from a facility like Cielo Verde, they can then bring the rest of it in absolutely fine in much quicker time than we get the first variety than that from that facility. Oof, I think that's how it works anyway. Well, that's definitely how it works with the bureaucracy, but I think that's how it works with Cielo Verde. I need to ask them and clear up if it's the first variety at all that takes longer to get here, and then it's the second batch of that variety, or if it's the first variety from that facility that takes ages to get here, and then the rest of them, all of the varieties from that facility, get here quicker. Oi, Jesus. Mark, thank you for being here. Much appreciated. If you haven't, please smash the like button on your way out. Oh, what time are we on? Yeah, definitely model. Definitely. 100%. They've been good. Ah, bless you, Mark. Thank you very much. Much appreciated. Have a great week, and I'm sure I'll hopefully see you on the channel soon or in Foz's group if you head over there at any point. But yeah, model. Yeah. Part of the reason for that is because the guy that chooses what we get from Canada, who basically his job is to go round Canada and visit facility after facility and check out, do an audit and check out how good the facility is, and then get products, get samples of all their flour and put all that information together and decide whether we get it or not. And he's a massive weed head, is what I'm getting to. He's a massive toker. If you look at the video of Canada that I put up this evening, a mallet food on. If you look at the footage that I put up this evening, the person that's explaining what the rosin and the hash is, that's the guy that picks all of their varieties. So not only is he a massive toker, not only is he a vaporizer, a vape enthusiast, he's also a smoker. So it kind of feels like not a smoker as in tobacco. He doesn't smoke tobacco, but he smokes a bunch of pure joints and loves rosin and hash and yeah, hates crappy vape carts, hates crappy gummies. And that's the guy that's explaining the swamp gas or whatever it's called in the video as well. So that's the reason why we're getting good stuff. And there's, in my experience so far, there is no one else in the industry doing what he's doing that is a weed head. That's just really into flour and all of it. I haven't met anyone else in the industry that's actually a patient and consuming. No one that's picking varieties anyway. yeah, so that's my next step as well. Model is, so I'm on the wrong camera, aren't I? So I want to push for C for some non-irradiated, and I want to interview someone, and they've offered me an interview with someone who I haven't got their details yet. I need to follow that up this week, maybe. Who's an expert in irradiation and have a whole bunch of the processes explained to us, because so much of it's a fucking mystery and it's annoying. It sounded doubtful, but I would like to get into an irradiation facility, but it didn't sound like it's the kind of thing that is very likely. A Khalifa mint is proper minty. It's minty as fuck. And if you like mint, I think it's great. Toby, hello. Haven't seen you this evening, I don't think. How you doing? Have you been listening for a bit? New batch of Mac. Now, is that Mac from the same people? Is that a new batch from the same people that they had it from before? The producer on the bag. Who's the producer on the bag? Kraft. There we go, yeah. So, yeah, a new batch of that should be fucking great. No, Kraft, I think Kraft will be, I think Orange Bag is their core range. Kraft is, I think, more likely a black bag. How's my guess, Toby? Ah, purple. Damn. No points for anybody. Ah, I see. Yeah, the Kraft stuff is usually good. It's usually really good. Which one are we talking about again? Mac. I think I reviewed it a long time ago, and it was nice. It was very nice. It was a proper Mac. I think Gary Busey was one that I wasn't quite so keen on. I'm certainly not keen at the moment on the Dante's Inferno. Yeah, it's dry and tasteless for me, and that's from Cielo Verde as well, the facility that I visited. So it's intriguing how it just surprises me, and I'm intrigued by. I swear, when we saw the Dante's Inferno being grown, it was stinky as fuck. But for some reason, the Dante's Inferno that we've got here is dry, tasteless, doesn't press very well. Some varieties just don't press as well. They just don't press very well. But I don't really understand how they're the same facility as bringing Dante's Inferno out that's bringing the Banana Daddy out, which is the stinkiest shit ever. Yeah, I'd say so, Toby. That's a very long expiry date. Ooh. The White Runts. The White Runts is... Fuck. Is that still... No, I can't remember. I can't remember. I don't know what's going on. Listen to Art Stew. Did you remember the like button? Give it a whirl. Craft Botanics. That's the one. I think I had the White Runts, but I forgot to review it. It was very nice. And that'll be why I forgot. There may be a dab video of the White Runts on the channel. And that might have been all I got round to. And it was lovely. Sometimes get some meds in the house and I just want to crack it open, put the whole thing in a bag and press the whole thing. But then obviously I have to set up the camera. Yes. Telski. Yes. Lucy was a delight. Lucy was lovely. Lucy was a standout. Yes, I agree, model. I agree with that take on the Gellinade and Georgia Pie. They were a letdown compared to the White Runts. A lot of people were talking highly about the Can FX permanent marker. And I've not been able to get hold of it. But I have ordered their Sangria for this week. Interesting about the permanent marker. No coughing allowed. Really? Saint? That's quite an old one, I think. Or maybe it just feels like an old one because I end up ploughing through them. I'm glad you liked it. I do remember doing a graphic for it now, yeah. I remember doing that. I'm very glad to hear it. I always wonder if any of the videos are, I don't mean this in a self-deprecating way, but if any of the videos are actually actually useful, because it is obviously just one person's opinion, which is why I try and, add information and data points rather than opinion. But it's good because when I started, there was only a handful of. It wasn't that long ago either, really. It was only a couple of years ago. Exactly, saying what works for some doesn't for others. There's quite a lot of people now, which is great because obviously we get like a cross reference of loads of people's opinion. Which is always useful. A community opinion. Consensus. A consensus. Yeah, exactly. I don't think I've been saying it in recent reviews, but I used to always say I can't speak for pain patients about how this is going to affect them. But obviously, yeah, it's the great thing about loads of different channels. Other people can. You can always go and find someone who is fitting your niche of flavors and medical effects. More gelati pie. Blue Lobster. Ah. Who are you with, model? Did you say you're a Medica earlier? The Blue Lobster's popped up again. That's good. It went out of stock everywhere. That is a great script. Yeah. It's rubbish because it put me to sleep. What? That's exactly what I want. As someone who suffers with insomnia, yes, please. Yeah. Gimme, gimme, gimme. That's why I loved the Death Bubber. It was just instant sleep for me. I couldn't stay awake on it at all. To the point where I haven't bought any more of it. Because I can't function on it at all. It was just too much. And I don't think it was, particularly anything. Uh, it's not that the flour is amazingly out of this world. It's there's just clearly something with it that knocks me out completely. Oh, excuse my coughing. Oh, iFilm UFOs, Death Bubble reduced. Where is this Death Bubble reduced? There is a new Gastropop out as well. Gastropop from 4C as well. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Modal. IPS. Yeah, IPS is normally a decent pharmacy for service anyway. The only gastropub I've had was Black Nasty Medical, and that was kind of dreadful. Free deliveries in December. That's good. Shouldn't be charging for deliveries anyway. They will probably have a decent deal with a big delivery company. Well, I say shouldn't be. What I mean is, it's not very competitive doing paid deliveries anyway. Most. A lot of pharmacies, sorry, don't charge delivery. Sorry, they doubled allowances just for the month. Huh? What? Just for the month? I saw someone say that their allowance had been doubled, but they didn't add that special bit. How is that a medical decision? What? How does that make any sense whatsoever? It's great, but I wonder what the reasoning is bizarre. And the limited time frame is bizarre. Oh, of course. But how long are they closed? Are they closed for like a month? That's very confusing. This industry is just, it's amazing how many rules they get away with making up along the way. Holiday period, money organisation. Okay, that is a good reason. Can't laugh at that, can I? I can't even joke about that. That's a good reason, herd smoking. Thank you. Well, I mean, that's great then. In that case, I take back all of my cynicism for that. I think until someone steps in with a reason why I should be back to cynical again, and then I'll change my mind. But yeah, no, I think that's really good. Sticky is good. Sticky is a great sign. Yeah, right, Saint. Isn't that a Christmas gift? That's quite amazing. If I'd have known that was happening, no, I can't afford it. I was just thinking, oh, if I'd have known that was happening, I could have asked Cardiff to match the offer. Evening, Zara. But I wouldn't be able to afford it. Not a chance. Thank you very much, Zara. Much appreciated. That's awesome. Thank you. DB Donkey Butter, Saint. And what percentage is that? Oh, of course. There we go. Yeah, I would consider it worth the cost. What am I talking about? There's a review of it on the channel. Yeah, the Death Bubba is reviewed on the channel, I think. I don't know how old the review is. I don't know if it's before or after a bunch of upgrades. Fuck knows. But yeah. And yeah, I would definitely consider it as that. Else with the donkey butter appreciation. Oh yeah. Model, I don't think I want to go to Amsterdam and have a meet up with a bunch of smackheads. That doesn't sound. You've not got your glasses on again. Put your glasses on, sir. Madam, sir. Either really, but when you're saying if you get a discount on something, always check the sell by date and think about how old that could be by that point. If we're looking at the moment, like the Banana Daddy being it's next fucking August. Do you know what I mean? And obviously it's the stock turnover is probably going to be way quicker than that sell by date on the Banana Daddy, and certainly on the Death Bubba, I would have thought as well. We're going to get a new batch way before, I would have thought, way before we get anywhere near that sell by date. But if it's discounted, then that means it's near its sell by date, which means it could be, depending on what you're looking at, depending on other varieties. I don't know about the Death Bubba, but yeah, something else could be about a year old. So for an extra 12 quid, check that sell by date. And the further away it is, the better. Well, it's only recently, I think, that 4C have started doing these really long expiration dates. They've clearly got, what's it called? The stability testing done, which is stability testing is a thing that all flour has to go through, and rosin and hash, it's all got to go through it to make sure that it's going to survive on the shelves. So they've clearly had some stability testing done at some point, and it said, yeah, this is good until August next year. And it usually is done in 3 month batches, I think. But that might have changed. So again, yeah, it can mean that if you're near that sell by date, then it's probably old stock. Yes, food on with the facts. At that point, it might have started changing into different chemicals. That's not the right way to put that. But yeah, the cannabinoids and the terps and everything else might have started breaking down and changing into other varieties of cannabinoids. All this is why it's ridiculous that most of the clinics and people I've had interaction with, more of the companies I've had interaction with, have no fucking people that understand weed. Even like, visiting a grow last year and being met with a bunch of people that don't have a fucking clue what weed is about at all. It was stunningly disappointing. Oh, got my old hands out. That's for one sub 10 there. Ah, Saint 666. That's usually the case. Not just promotional. Yeah, if they're doing a promotion, check the sell by date, or check the reviews. It very often could be code word for this isn't selling, or well, yeah, this isn't selling. It's nearly going off. We're gonna have to ditch it all. We're gonna have to send it somewhere to be burnt. Not in a good way. Incinerated. Not in a good way. Buried in landfill. Yeah, there's a few varieties, Saint, that I've seen get to the market at say 10 quid. I'm going to be exaggerating for effect here. Say it'll hit the market at 10 quid. All the reviews will be bad, and within a month, maybe just a bit more, the price is slashed in half. And if that pharmacy or that clinic or that distributor, whoever's brought it in, it would make sense for them to say, hey, promotion, come buy this. It was a tenner. Wow, look how cheap it is now. Just because they're going to have to shift it. Otherwise, yeah, it'll get chucked in the... Yeah, and that's why I bought recently the something. I bought a strain not long ago. I have to try and remember it. Oh, it was the Parve 34, wasn't it? And that was half price. Just to see. And to give the heads up. And that one was definitely old. Yeah, I'm not into smalls so much. The second bag of Banana Daddy that I've got, the one that was on the review tonight, all the buds, when I get those out on the table, that's fairly nearly all smalls. In fact, it is all what I would call smalls. And it just feels like it. It feels like it's suffered a little bit more than the previous bag where the buds were bigger. You know, whatever dryness it's got, it's clearly it gets to the smaller buds quicker. And yeah, but that's the stuff I've had in with 72% Boveda pack over the last 24 hours, and it's pressed really well, and the rosin is lovely and really tasty. So, it's still the flavour that I had in Canada, and I still really like it. I don't think it's going to look that pretty under the scope, partly because it's all smalls. So however it's suffered, they're going to show it the most. If it's suffered, they're going to show it the most. Damn it. Yep. Age is the biggest problem, definitely. And certainly if it's something that's not flying off the shelves. No, the reason we haven't got the suds anymore is because it wasn't really selling. So it just got discounted. Oh, literally and in business terms. It got discounted because it wasn't selling, and then that was it. No more of it came in. which is a real shame. Because that was lovely. It's kept in climate controlled, but not cold storage. It's not just kept in some back room. They do get kept in climate controlled environments and in climate control, and in when it gets shipped in pallets or whatever it is, they have climate thermometers with alarms in them, and anything that goes over a set temperature gets just ditched. It's just gone. We don't even see it. That is the concept of how it's supposed to work. I don't know how well that system works, but it's kept in. Yep, I was about to say all the way up to the pharmacy, and I think even in the pharmacy, there's climate control in there, along with all the other meds that they stock. If anyone's watching along, if anyone's vaping or dabbing along, drink some fucking water. But yeah, it would be better if it was done cold storage. That's what we need. And cold storage is one of the things that's holding us back from getting rosin from overseas as well, because it's so much harder to keep it stable without cold storage from, say, Canada to here, and then being kept in the pharmacy. But the pharmacies will have, excuse me, refrigeration units for a load of the other meds that they stock. Yeah, so loads of other meds that they stock will be kept in refrigeration units at the pharmacy, unless it's just a weed pharmacy, obviously. But then you've got to have a supply chain that's using cold storage from Canada to here, and suddenly I would imagine costs are going to massively increase. So I can see why there's reticence from most of the clinics to bother putting money into that until someone does it first and they see that it sells, and then they'll all go for it in some way. But I think, yeah, that's one of the things holding us back with getting rosin. And as usual, the answer is we need a UK producer. Yeah, so clearly 4C have then thought, well, the next best thing, let's get everything that we can, get everything else. And yeah, hash is the next best thing. 50% hash, 50% THC hash, around 5% terps would be absolutely fucking great. It would be, in this instance, on medical, it would be better than flower for me. I would rather have that. Yeah, it's surprising how many facilities produce flowers with no taste. You might not think that, but when we're talking a business's margins, Herb, I've got no fucking idea. Do you know what I mean? It's completely out of my realm of understanding, but they'll be looking at all the bureaucracy, all the margins, whatever else it might be. So although 4C are going for it, they are certainly looking into it, and they are testing rosin at the moment to try and bring in. I can see that's why, and I'm not agreeing with the reasoning either, but I can see that's why a load of the companies aren't doing it, because they're fucking lazy, and everything's about scraping tiny percentages of profit. Do you know what I mean? So they're not going to do it until they see someone else do it and sell out immediately. Yeah, exactly. Sell out immediately, and then everyone else will fucking pounce on it. There is no way, seeing as we've had rosin in carts, there is no way the companies that have access to that don't have access to absolutely everything we're crying out for, and they're still not doing it. It's because they're going for the easy option, and the option they know bureaucratically will get to us quickly, and a load of us will buy up, because it's not going to cost them much to bring those carts in if they don't sell, versus how many people might buy them. And it's not going to cost them anything fucking extra to bring them in, because they're all stable. It's all tested as stable and doesn't break down at all in shipping. So they don't have to make any effort, basically. And they can still say, oh yeah, we brought in rosin, and advertise it as rosin. So you can see the kind of the kind of shit I keep having to look at and deal with from the industry about the decisions that they're making. And how many of them are really good at talking the talk of, we're all patient led, we're patient forward, we're doing what the patients want. No, you're looking to make as much margin as you can at. Glass farms, fucking hell. What? Oh, I've tried. Oh, I've absolutely tried. They don't want to know. I know other people that have tried as well. They're not interested. What I've heard on the grapevine is that the boss of Glass Farms thinks their weed is fucking amazing. And, you know, some people with the feedback that they give, it seems to work for them. And if somehow they're making money, it's just bizarre. But if somehow they're making money, there's no reason for them to change. I have not seen any interviews with him. How did he come across? Oh, that's going down perfectly now. All money. Another Pierre. Yeah, the CEO of Medican has not impressed me in the last week or so. CEOs, eh? CEOs, eh? Yes, indeed, Saint. Oh, Cure Relief as well. So yeah, Curaleaf. There's no way that Curaleaf don't have already totally in place hash and rosin and everything else. They've got grow facilities in the States that they've bought. Yeah. And considering a bunch of us definitely want it, there's got to be a reason why they're not. And I think part of it, yeah, is just fucking laziness and margins. Which is another reason why it's great there's so many reviewers out there. So long as, they're not paid shills. Yeah, and the more we can talk about the stuff that's shit and guide people to the stuff that's good. The more we can, I don't know. I'm getting ideas above my station. In some way, guide this bullshit, as a community to. I fucking am. Well, there'll be another one, really, for another big one, I think. Another one of the big players. Old man hands. I'm not sticking that into a hashtag. You can go fuck off. Yeah. Sorry, I slightly paused in disgust and hatred. Not really. Who's who do Glass Farmer make weed for at the moment? Is Big Nasty using them? Oh, I see. I see. Yeah, you always have to follow the money, follow who the actual grower is, rather than the brand. What do you mean about the same? Africana. I think Safricana is a big facility in South Africa, obviously, but produce Oh, do they produce for loads of different people? Yes, they do, definitely. Ah, I don't know about freeze dried. I don't think their stuff's very good from what I've had. I don't know. Username. We are waiting on bureaucracy. We are waiting on the hash section of the facility to be GMP certified, which is the UK or EU regulations. I forget which. I should look it up because I keep answering this question and saying the same thing that I can't remember which it is. Yeah, just needs to be signed off by the regulatory body. Medica is glad to do a bunch of other stuff from a bunch of other growers as well, I think. Is it paused again? There we go, we're back. I think Medica do a bunch of other growers as well. 1 sub 10, Tiny Mite 2. Oh, hey, I don't think I've seen that on your channel. Is that new for you? Gamma seems to be the one that can be really overdone. I'm sure e-beaming it can be overdone. But Gamma just sounds worse in every way. Yeah, multi-billion pound thing, from what I've heard, which is why we have so many pharmaceutical companies involved and ex-hedge fund managers and people like that. Yeah, for half price, the Broken Coast, yeah. It was definitely old. Definitely old. But yeah. Ah, nice. You've had your Tiny Mite 3 for years. Wow, you've got a Tiny Mite 3. Ha 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 ha. Nice. Wondermong, hello, good evening, and welcome. Oh, wow. Hey, up. You know, because I obviously am a patient as well, my brain is on the wonk quite a lot. So I certainly forget who's won what and who I've sent things to. Excuse me. So that's a lovely thing to hear. Thank you for that comment, Wondermong. I appreciate that. You're getting on with the Dynavac, man. Is it working out all right for you? Yeah, one of the things I came away from the Broken Coast with, my experience with the Broken Coast, Toby, and I say it in the video, I think, was that I reckon it was probably fucking great when it either first arrived here or, yeah, I don't know how long it's been here for, but if it wasn't that long ago, then, yeah, it'd be nice to try some of their fresh stuff. Model 6780, thank you for being here, much appreciated. And that is the best way to go to bed. Have a good week. But yeah, I'm very interested in trying more Broken Coast. Most definitely. We're not in 2026 yet. How's Wondermon getting on with his, though? That's the thing. It was a free gift. Dynavac ghosted me a little bit after that. I don't know what the deal was. I kept trying to get them involved with another giveaway, and they just weren't having it at all for some reason. They kept saying they would get back in touch. I kept saying yes, and then I'd never hear from them. I just got a bit sick of it in the end. I should probably try again and see if they've got a bunch of stuff that they're willing to send. Should add that to the list. That is most definitely a problem with the Dynavap. Herb smoking. Herb's moking. Herb's got the moking. And that is why I like the thing that I can't see right now, which is right in front of me. Induction heater. No flames. It also means no complaints from any establishments I'm in. And if I was, say, in the train station, I could still use it, still use my Dynavap or my thermal accumulator, which is what I use it for. It definitely changes things a little bit with I've been calling them a stem vape, but Troy and Jerry called them something else the other day. Stick vape, I think, which sounds shit. Yes, Saint, and that was obviously, it's weird. It's kind of before I got the Dynavap, and it was before the Dynavap came out. I was around on the forum Foot Combustion a lot at the time. And yeah, that was before the Dynavap came out. And because I'd been on batteries, I was like, oh, battery free at last. Free from the tyranny of the battery. But then you become a victim of the tyranny of butane. It's like, fuck, I've run out of butane again. Can't win. But yeah, by far the best option has been the induction heater. I do prefer it to using a torch. Even at home, I'd rather use the induction heater. Are we suddenly playing D&D, Saint? Do I have to roll a natural 20? I hope not. It says here I've only been live nearly 4 hours. Yeah, now I'm confirmed vaping only now. I can taste smoke. It taints any vape that I get smoking. and it all has to be cleaned, or I can still taste it. Steel. Does steel work with induction heaters? I've got no idea. I'm pretty sure Fat Piggies is titanium. Yep, exactly the same, Toby. I just taste ash now. Ash and burnt. Hobby blacksmith. That's pretty sexy, though, to be honest. Hobby blacksmith. Yes, I am a blacksmith. I'm thinking of pulling some hot steel from the forge. Can you feel my power from the hot forge? I'm thinking of pulling some hot steel from the forge, then resting the device upon it to transfer heat, as opposed to using a blowtorch or induction coil. I have a source of heat, may as well use it. Yeah, probably get to the click quite quick, I would have thought. I don't know how much overkill hot steel is. Oh, oh. 2 and 2 just made 5. 2 and 2 just made Saint 666. You little motherfucker. Sorry. You little tart. Ooh. 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 Sorry, I'll stop doing that. Ooh. Ooh, though. Ooh, though, innit? Ooh. Oh, my word. Wow. That's amazing. Wow. Sorry, I'm just being gormless and smiling now. That's amazing. I'm just saying that's amazing over and over again. Wow. What a thing. Yeah, yeah, absolutely. Do you find sativa strains or things along those lines better for focusing? That's the other thing with talking about, not being able to speak to pain people. There's obviously people that prefer the sativa side of things for ADHD and stuff like that. And I can't really speak to that so much. I just find that a lot of sativa strains either, mostly just don't do anything to me. And it's definitely the indica stuff that helps me to focus. But obviously, there's a danger of going way too far and just going, just falling asleep. Model can't leave. Sorry, it sounded like a challenge. Hello, model. You're welcome to stay. I don't know where I was going with any of that. It's nice to see you still here. There we go. Yeah, I think that probably makes sense. I don't know if I'm speaking out of turn, Saint, but I think someone I know is in the same boat, prescribed for pain, and mainly focuses on indica strains. I think, but struggles with it because obviously, as I've just said, yeah, you do a little bit too much sometimes, and that's it. You're done. Need a nap instead of you know that gap between being focused and having a nap. One ear open, lights out. Models serenading us all. Do I need to start? No, I'm not going to start doing ASMR. I can start shouting really loudly down the mic. Or really overdo it on a vape and just start coughing up right into the mic. That sounds like entertainment. We could have a world coughing championship. Yeah. Yup, yup, yup. Saint. Completely. And I think I'm done with the dabs for a while. One last smoke. Have I got anything grand? I might do a little cocktail with added rosin. That's my lungs saying, yeah, that sounds like a great idea. Cali X is another one that I have been recommended a bunch. I can't remember which specific flower. Oh, hello. Just opened the banana daddy, cracked open a bud, put it into my grinder. The packet's like nearly a meter away, and it fucking stinks. That's good. That pleases me. I requested a single sativa strain each month and try to judge how it feels at different points in the day. Definitely think it will have its place when the right strains are found. Yeah. The have you tried the Citroli? I don't want to keep banging on about 4C things, but it's the ones that spring to mind that I remember a lot. And because other people have mentioned them back to me, like the Citroli. There's a guy, I think he now moderates Foz's Signal group, and he swears by the Citroli, which is a sativa, and to him, the most cheese that he's had since going on medical, the closest to cheese, and yeah, describes it as cheesy. Oh, and yeah, there's a review on the channel of it, and that's how we found out about it. There we go. Yeah, that is something I've thought a bunch. Model. Surely, if it's being grown in a ridiculously hot country that's ridiculously hot most of the year round, surely at some point that's more likely to have an effect. If at any point anyone's cutting any corners with that, it's going to end up being dry as fuck. But at the same time, what we'll have got from cookies, any of their first batches, will have had that issue of bureaucracy and taking ages to get here. But yeah, I did wonder that myself about somewhere that's predominantly hot most of the year round. Surely that's just asking for problems. California does it, mate. California can do it. It means I'm full of shit. So, you know, the heat thing. I don't know when it cuts out. So, yeah. If California can do it, with them having, you know, ridiculous heat most of the year round, then clearly Thailand could do it. They're there. So I'm distracted loading this. Put it on screen, couldn't I? I'd make it just a tad less boring. Oh, losing my marble. Old hands still going. Straw method inhale for the thermal accumulator. Aye, aye. That tastes great. Now, the banana daddy is definitely better today than when I shot the first opening. Herb smoking. Gagging for a decent cheese on MC, my favourite ever. I came second in a Weed World magazine competition for my cheese in about 2001. Wow. It was won by the editor's brother with his Cinderella. That's amazing. So oh, let's write that down then. Let's put that in the list. And I'll try and remind 4C about that. We'll 4C about that. Cheese! And Herb, I must have asked you before if you've tried the Citroli then, and if there's anything that you've noticed about it that fits any of that profile that you're after. Evening, Solid BPM. How are you? How you diddling? Where have you come from? What you been doing? Where you going? Oh, I am sorry to hear that. What is going on with, should I ask? Is it not? Feel free to share if you would like to share, or we could just move on, entirely up to you. My thoughts and good wishes to Solid BPM though. Good luck trying again, model. Can take a few times to take. Got CLA for discrimination. What does that mean? And the solicitors have discriminated helping as I part in the house. Are you saying you can't get legal aid? Is that what it is? Ah, okay, I got there in the end. You got legal aid, but then the solicitors have said you can't have legal aid because you own part of your own house. I think I get it now. And which solicitor is that? Is that Stevenson's? Good luck with your review. Oh shit, I've got mine tomorrow. I haven't paid for it yet. Good luck with your review. I hope it goes well. Thank you for being here, Ricky. Always a pleasure. They only take CLA cases, but you got CLA. This is perplexing. If I remember rightly, when you go through the process to get legal aid, they can put you through to other solicitors, not just the not just Stevenson's, not just one that you suggest. And if I remember rightly, that's how I found. I think that's how I found Stevenson's. No, someone else found Stevenson's. Someone sent me the link to Stevenson's. But what's the deal? If they only take legal aid cases and you got legal aid granted, how have they? How does that make any sense? In the meantime, if you'll excuse me, it's time for a thermal accumulator with a cocktail of Durban Kush and Banana Daddy. One's very pine, the other's very gas. Pine and pepper mixed with sweet gas and sweet creamy gas with an added dab of Banana Daddy rosin. That all sounds very, very complicated, Solid, and I'm sorry to hear that you're going through all that. That sounds like a grim scene to be part of. Stressful. Well, you just missed it, but that gave me a terp sneeze. That is a really stressful and messed up situation. Reddit UK legal advice. And yeah, I think the legal aid people can put you through to, they have a list, I think, of the kind of solicitor you can tell them the kind of solicitors that you're looking for, and they'll put you through to someone else, I think. I'm certainly no expert. The furthest I've got with it is finding Stevenson's. Yes, GS. Congratulations to Foodon. Terp sneezes. Yeah, I don't know if it's it's certainly a thing I get. If flour's any good, if the terps are there, if the rosin's there, then yeah, my nose will get all fizzy. Fizzy. Hey, solid BPM. I don't know what to suggest. All I can say is I'm very sorry to hear that. There are definitely other solicitors to try, though. If Stevenson's is the only one that you've tried, then yeah, definitely try more. There's definitely more discrimination solicitors out there. High THC sneezes. Yeah, it's terp sneezes for me. If something's particularly derpy, thank you, Solid. It's good to get this shit documented and see what we don't have to put up with and what we might have to put up with, and hopefully help a tiny bit with letting other people know. The police, to deal with the police is and certainly if you're on the receiving end of any of it or trying to get them to move faster, it's a fucking nightmare. Herb smoking. One of my tests is legitimately one of my tests is if I breathe out through my nose with the vapor, will it give me the sneeze? And if it's a yes, it's not science, it's not accurate, but I consider that as to be a decent bonus for terp, terp, terp. I see that as a good sign. Yeah. If it's a nose tingler, if you hear me in reviews talking about it being a nose tingler, that's what I'm talking about. It's starting to get towards sneeze, but not quite getting there. This, the first inhale when the stream went dead a minute ago, that made me sneeze. Yeah, solid BPM. Yeah, it definitely sounds like you need. Do you watch Auditors at all? Have you seen what's the one in Liverpool called that they all use? Have you tried them? Maybe they could help. But yeah, definitely keep trying different solicitors. I can't say definitely because I don't yet know your case, so that would be silly. I might be sending you up the garden path. But yeah, if you think you've got, certainly with the police, if you think you've got a case. It's just all that kind of stuff is so ridiculously expensive. And yeah, the police can be absolutely fucking horrible. Yeah, man. That's the one. Food on. Thank you. Much appreciated. Setting fire to perfectly good legitimate medication like a savage. Yeah, and there's definitely more out there. There's another one. I can't remember the name of it. There was one featured in a news article just yesterday that I read. I think. Fuck, I'm not going to be able to remember it. But yeah, if you ring legal aid, ring legal aid again, and they will put you through to more. And there's a website where you can have a look through solicitors and what they specialise in as well. Fire? Fire? Where? There's a fire? Where? Think of the children. Disgusting behaviour. Savage. Oh, I'm telling. There we go. Boo, 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 boo. Ha. The clue's in the name. Herbs Mokin. The clue's in the Mokin. What in the name of Mokin? Oh, I can feel that I'm starting to hit my limit, I think. That makes sense. Hey, this was the... Yeah. Yeah, no, definitely. I'm not anti-combustion in the slightest. But I do like the phrase, "You're setting fire to perfectly good medication like a savage." Obviously, I don't personally smoke, but yeah, each to their own and all that. And it certainly has its place in the medical world, or should. Aha. Setting fire to perfectly good medication like a savage. Uh, Oi, boy, come on now. Well, there's still merch available. Link in the description of any of the videos. Available on eBay. Hey, if there's anyone here that hasn't said congratulations to Foodon for his win, which is an arguably much more beautiful thermal accumulator than mine. I've had to use an old phrase, jerry rig mine. Mine's a stem from a completely different device, a wooden collar that was quickly put together, and a bong dom thing that I chopped in half. Yeah, there we go. Hey, herb smoking. Yeah, any videos on the channel at the moment have a link to the eBay page, I think in the first line, to mood mats, and there's 3 left at the moment, I think. And that's it. When they're gone, I'm not going to be doing any more in that. Certainly in that style, if I do any more at all. Excuse me. All I want for Christmas is for someone to buy my mood mats. I feel bad even bringing it up. I'm not out. I'm not. Yeah. Ugh, merch. Dirty word. Yes, Foodon. Absolutely. Have some hands together. Glory be. Glory be for hassling the shit out of Fat Piggy. To be fair, I didn't have to hassle him that much at all. It was almost an instant yes when I asked if he'd do one for the channel. It was just a matter of pinning down when. Yeah, man. hands together for Solid BPM, and good luck with what he's going through at the moment, what they're going through at the moment. Ah, shit, I missed it. This is going to combust, I would have thought. I've massively, massively, massively overheated the whole thing. I have to be careful. Ooh, maybe not. No, I left it long enough to go cold again. Hey! Sometimes being forgetful pays off. No combustion here. So, it's 2 o'clock in the morning. We're on 4.5 hours. I think it might be time for a 15-minute warning. It feels about that time. It feels brain dribbling out of nose time. It feels like staring into space time. 1 sub 10. Are you live streaming still? Or are you live streaming? I don't know about still. I don't know where that came from. Ignore that bit. More coffee. I've got to get up tomorrow and send off some Christmas presents. Mini desk gone. That would be good. I could set that up in StreamYards as a thing. 15-minute warning, little graphic, and yeah, a gong being gonged. Speedy juice. Saint is on the speedy juice. Got the speedy juice in his bloodstream. I haven't. It's not there. There isn't the insomnia tonight, which is nice. Caffeine cannabis sorest. Caffeine cannabis sorest. Caffeine cannabis sorest. Caffeine cannabis sorest. The one that I use on the plane, Solid BPM. Yeah, that's the only one that's in the video. Excuse me. That's the Instruo Kit Scion. What does the bird say? Welcome to the wonderful world of biosonification. That's what it is, biosonification. Using Instruo's device as the heart of a system that uses small changes in the bioelectricity of organisms to trigger note and rhythm changes on a modular synthesizer. But it also has built-in synth sounds itself, and yeah, can do the rhythm, and it can send data to the inbuilt synth sounds, or you can use it to control other synths. And obviously, yeah, battery powered and little portable. But yeah, I've not really experimented with it that much yet, using it with other synths, and that's the thing I definitely need to do. Yeah, and I don't like flying. I don't like flying at all. It's all horrible. It's all ridiculously stressful. So yeah, I'm glad it was relaxing. We're clipping again. I might be moving around on it. Might be doing this. Or it could just be StreamYard's freaking out. Yeah, I'm kind of, I think for any other, I'll have a look into it. I'll try and figure it out. No, if it's bad, definitely mention it. If it's something I can fix. Let's have another quick look, see if I turn it down a little bit more. See if that helps. Oh, now. Does that help? Maybe that's a bit better. Let's see what happens there. Nice one, cheers. Yeah, I'll have a quick look back at some point. What? It has helped. Whatever I've done has helped. What? Has that genuinely helped? I need to talk for it to be able to, for us to be able to test, don't we? Don't I? Don't it? Blah. Blah. Oh, it's 4 minutes left. 4 minutes left. There we go. Started talking again. Is it definitely helping? Is that definitely making a difference? Definitely sounds cleaner, no clippy. Damn. Damn. I could have clicked that setting literally hours ago. Solid BPM. Big time. Too late now. Got to go back and delete it or work on it for days. I've got to spend the next 2 days in recrimination for my sins. Same was okay anyway. No, that's much appreciated. Definitely much appreciated, Herb. It would bug me all the way through. So I'm definitely glad it's been fixed. I just hope it's a fucking setting that stays there. But if I forget next time or another time, I'll know where to go looking. So I think for that, should probably celebrate with a. Is food on still here? Food on? Food on? Food on? Food on? Food on? Mm. Right. No way. No to alcoholing the grinder. It's weird because people know so little. It's weird how much they care, and it's also weird how little they care in other respects. Like the copper that went in the bin being obviously just so completely out of his depth, but he's had 17 years in the force and probably arrested, you would imagine, God knows how many people on cannabis charges. But he's there in the bin with gloves on. I mean, obviously, you want gloves on to go through the bin, but he's there treating it as though it needs to be in our hands, just uncomfortable with it being in anyone else's hands. It's like, what do you think it is? What do you think is going to happen if you just leave it? Nothing. If there's a child going through that bin trying to consume things out of the bin, they've got way worse problems than that little fucking amount. And you know, what other issue could there be? Yes. Yes, sub. Hashtag not a pen 15. Enjoy your fat one. Oh, shit. So, yeah, food on. Yeah, there we go. I know you've seen this before. But that's why this device is so amazing. Being able to put dabs in it directly. Half filling it with flour. Add the dab in. Fill up to the top. Don't pack it down. Never pack it down. If you pack down the thermal accumulator, you're more than likely going to combust. And if you do decide to get a induction heater for it, they are fucking convenient. There's 3 batteries in the back. 3 18650s, 95 watts, 34 seconds. And yeah, you've seen just how much vapor it can kick out. I mean, to say I keep calling it a portable, oh wow, okay, this is going to fit. I think it will fit perfectly. I have to have, there we go, brilliant. I have to have the ceramic height dish at its maximum height for it to fit properly with the TA. And over time, it fucking winds itself down, so I have to keep redoing it. I don't know if it's the same on the IL-3, if they've improved it at all. But yeah, I have to have it quite high in there. Oh, put the back on. Mate, you're going to have a fucking great time with this. Holy shit. That's awesome. That makes this thing so fucking convenient. That's even better. That's great. You're the perfect person for this to go to. Not that, not over anyone else. You know what I mean. God, don't cancel me. Leave me alone. Yeah, all of those kind of things massively beat a Dynavac sub 10, 1 sub 10. Five minutes late. Oh, it's this bowl and then done. For the honour of food on. Food on. For me, with the Dynavap, it's I always find them too draw restrictive. Whereas this is, yeah, I can do. Oh, it's not going to focus, is it? Wide open airflow on the air intake. Excuse me. Let's give it a little reheat for maybe 10 seconds, not the full 34, whatever it is. 10 or 15, otherwise it will combust. May have gone for too little there. Whoa! Well, that was an eye wobbler. That is the closest thing I've ever had. And I can get this from a bowl of flour with the thermal accumulator, where if you get the right settings, you can do a whole bowl down in one. And it's the closest I've ever had to doing a dab, but with flour. And as I was saying before, it's the smoothest vape I've got. I don't know any other vape that makes me cough this little. Obviously, you can hear me struggling a bit now because I've really fucking pushed it. There we go. Got it. But wow, the Jesus. So, 5 minutes till 2:30. 5 minutes till 5 hours. That sounds about right. I've finished the latest ceremonial cocktail in honour of tonight's winners. I think my work here is done. And that has made me feel wonderful and just about ready for bed. Yeah, they're solid. Good luck with your week. If you would like to keep us updated, I'm sure we would all be interested and not wanting to pry or anything, but we'll be sending you good wishes for the week. Thank you everyone for being here. It's an honour to have people around, and it's lovely to be able to do these. To be able to do these lives and have people attend. Food on, send me an email if you haven't already. It's definitely a good time to order a takeaway. It's a good time for me to hit the hay, I think. Nice one. Thank you, everyone. As usual, stay medicated, and I'll see you on the next one. And now I've got to figure out how to get out of this thing. We end the stream.